been able to do that. I've been smart enough to do that. I've been smart enough to sit at the head of at the executive tables to command the way that my life is going to be patterned out. I'm smart enough to do that. And I've also been smart enough to maneuver through the spaces where girls, Angelica and other girls, have occupied spaces and, have gate kept and have, kept me on the other side of a place, and smiled at me and with me.
All these faggots.
And so I've been smart enough to maneuver myself through to get beyond and past it. And I've also been smart enough to reach back, Hope, and make sure that I don't do the same things in those spaces when I get into those spaces. So I make sure that I've been smart enough to reach back and get my sisters and nieces who needed opportunities to make sure that they get their first steps in mainstream media.
Mm-hmm.
I love all my people because we are in a space of, I just want to say this too while I'm here.
Okay.
All of the grand girls, we need you to give up one of your properties. I'd like for all the grand girls, I'm calling all the grand girls to the mark, all the television accolade girls, all the girls that have these degrees and these smarts, give up one of your homes. Let's all do this as girls.
No, I don't have to ask my mother for nothing.
Or
my father.
Because I'm not smart enough. I'm not educated enough. All of us let's give up one of our properties. How about we do that? How about we give up one of our properties and let's do what the dumb girl is doing. How about we all get together and we all buy another property together and we continue the starter house things going around in a circle? Or you just give up one of your properties that you have. How about we do that? I want you to understand that you guys think that whatever happens with Craig and however Craig's views and opinions is, whatever his views and opinions are, like that I'm like on the bandwagon of it. I've challenged Craig many times.
We challenge Craig all the time. I love Craig because he looks just like my grandfather when he was young. Very handsome.
And we'll challenge Craig over and over and over again. The unfortunate part about the situation is when people say, well, I don't watch the show, I haven't watched the show. Well, then you've missed the challenges and you're only getting the clips. You're only getting the subtotal. You're not getting the full total.
Right.
And that's okay.
It's called...
Or people that say...
When they only give you some of the clip, I forget what it's called. When they leave shit out. But Shawnee O'Neal's husband, Pastor Keon, was preaching that the only one that would win was the one with no edits. So y'all can keep triggering people and then pressing record.
Don't challenge your friend Daniva with this and the other. I most definitely challenge my friends when it comes because at the beginning, middle, and end of the day, I'm black. You've heard me say on countless times that, and I know that shade thing, Angelica, I think that was for me. I don't know. It could have been because I did say about shaving. But I also, in the same breath, said, I don't invalidate anyone's trans identity or non-binary.
Right. If you look like a whole man and you say you're trans, good for you, girl.
The optics of the world that we live in. Well, we have the opportunity to really change the world.
We don't see it, but go ahead.
I've been working on trying to change, or just trying to get the world to be accepting of what we are.
Was it this dog last night?
I've said countless times that I'm not invalidating your identity as a trans person or non-binary person. What I'm saying is be mindful of the spaces that you get ready to occupy. If you go in the bathroom and you have a beard from ear to ear, you don't think anyone's going to look at you strange? Even us as trans people.
Madison is going off about she is sticking her ground about Ashley or whatever that big white man's name was that was in the ladies' bathroom who had on a pink t-shirt and said that he was trans. I said, oh, he's serious.
There's a lot of propaganda that goes around with us and things. So I'm always, yes, I may joke and I may have fun.
Yeah, we joke about being trans all the time, but to see the
have a good time. But I'm definitely for my people. Never forget, I'm dark brown,
dark skin,
light skin, beige,
fluorescent beige.
I'm black.
I'm black.
Never forget that.
Never forget that.
But we can't.
No, because that's a Beyonce album. Mother.
I don't like when people have my phone number and they have a small grievance with myself or some slight anything. My phone number's been the same for 30 years. Yes, I've lived a long time. I'm close to 50. I'm smart enough to maneuver through and survive that. AIDS and prostitution and trade and all the things. I'm smart enough to maneuver through and make that happen and to amass a fortune. I'm smart enough to do that. I don't like the notion that I'm like a dumb girl, because I'm many things in this world, but dumb is not one of them.
Dumb, she's not.
Dumb is not one. I've never been dumb. I've been smart enough to outsmart the degreed.
The degree.
I've been smart enough to outsmart the degreed girls, or and the girls that they can't figure it out because they're so smart.
Yes.
But yet they have no reach. Arms are long, but you have no reach. I've had the opportunity to stand next to girls or stand next to and with girls who have thought that I was floor trash and wasn't supposed to be in the rooms. I'm smart enough to do that. I'm smart enough to make an impact on this earth, on this globe. I'm smart enough to do that. When some girls are still trying to figure out, how do I get in? I'm smart enough to do that.
Yeah.
And smart enough to amass a fortune. Ain't that something? Again, let's get back to the place. How about all of my elite, smart, degree, educated girls? Let's give up one of your properties.
All right, girl. I'm gonna send you the
Let's give up one of them.
To one of them. You can have one.
Selfless.
You can have one.
No money attached. No gain.
Take two.
Was actually going to be quiet about it and wasn't going to say a word to the public, but was told that I need to speak up so that this can be something that can start a movement.
Mm-hmm.
How about we do that? We as trans people are not going to always be in unison with the things that we and how we feel and everything. We're not going to always be in unison. But what we will do and what I will do, and this is why I'm not even in a tone of like this place, because I was watching these videos and I was just like, well, Madison, how do you respond? Everybody thinks that I'm going to always respond in this place or whatever. I'm not, because these are people that I love, and I love them with the same, breath that I had yesterday. But these are people that I love and respect and honor, revere, reverence. And I've championed even when some didn't champion me. It just gets to a point where no matter what you do, or you're never going to be able, you're never going to do enough. And I understand the way that things are going on in this administration and in this political climate that we're in right now. I understand currently now, that tensions are high and everything that every conversation that we have is important. And that's why when I sit on Fag Talk and I joke and have a good time, I know that my audience reaches a mass of people. And I know that I've tried to do my best from what I can and where I can to educate even with my not being very smart, to educate my mass of people that are following me,
They just always stand
to
up,
understand the issues of trans people, to understand the where Black trans people are in the world. And there are many people that can attest to following me for almost 2 decades. The change that they've come in their heart or in their families, or how I've helped bring families back together because of the relationship that I've had with my mom. You know, all these things that I've lived my life ups and downs in front of people, and the accountability that I've taken from, you know, the mistakes that I've made. I even when I set up and I've talked about how that I was one of those people who felt as a trans person that I was not who when it came down to the Kaya. I felt that I was one of the people that she wasn't talking about. That when she was saying "Sissies, Bulldaggers, Palms, Vegas," I've said this on countless times. I've even occupied major spaces and have said this. Like I made a mistake. I made a mistake and thought that this person cared for me or loved me, when they were saying transphobic or homophobic things and stuff like that. I thought that they weren't talking about me. And I've shared these experiences. I've talked about these experiences. I've talked about these things and took accountability and and I've said that when I've gotten into it with other trans girls, yes, I have read them down to the floor and said some vile things back to them. But bitch, I'm fighting. Mm-hmm. When I'm fighting niggas, bitch, I'm fighting niggas with all the strength I got, bitch. Mm-hmm. And so yes, I've gotten into it with girls and I've torn their pussy holes open, bitch, and bricked them and did the things. So this is what we do. We're catty. We're shady. This is what we do when we're battling. Oh well, I got a public space. I got a whole public space. Okay, I'm still a human, and I still bust a bottle on the motherfucking ground if I had to. You know. But Angelica, there was a time that I don't think that you knew about when one of those girls. One of those stalker fan girls, because I didn't respond to an inbox, became belligerent. I think that's the word, since I'm really not that smart. Belligerent with me, and she felt like that she had ownership, that I should see her, and so she went on a tirade of making videos and shit about me or whatever, and then she made this assumption. I remember we were out of town, and I was getting a message saying that I was stalking some girl. I'm like, why would I stalk a broke bitch? What reason would I have to be stalking a broke bitch? I'm getting to my bag. Why would I stalk a bitch that's broke? I'm minding my business. And late and has said these vile things about me, and then putting out that I'm trying to hurt, and she was the word under the, because I get all the word under the street. There's a lot of things I don't address. She was a fan. She loves you over there saying you're gonna handle that. None of you girls have the capacity to handle me. For the record, none of you girls have the capacity to handle me. I don't give a fuck what position or what seat you may sit in. You don't have the capacity to handle me. That goes from the top of the food chain, which is Laverne, to whoever else, to down to bottom of me. You don't have the capacity to handle me. You don't have the strength to handle me. I am an omega force. You don't have the attention span. You don't have omega, the empathy. You don't have the strength to handle me. You don't have what it takes to love. And so when I heard that, I asked my girlfriend, like, so who's supposed to get handled? Everybody got my phone number. Everyone has my telephone number. Everyone has my this, because I've always been open and loving, but you don't have the range to handle me. I don't care how many degrees and education and spaces and places that you have. You don't have the strength to handle the TS. Because I have the truth. At all. I'm not a line that you want to walk. No. Because I'm omega level. I'm mega honest level. The best thing that could have been done is to call me and communicate and ask me what happened. But to handle me, I'd like to see it. I would have loved to see it. And though we live in this climate right now, where we all need to be in unity, because we must, it's important for us to be in unity. Ain't nobody ain't nan gonna handle me. N-A-N-N, ain't nan gonna handle me.
You need to go to Alabama.
They got titties at the top, or whatever you got at the bottom. You ain't gonna handle me.
Sad.
I'd like to see it.
No, for real.
Now, I don't have any problems with anybody. And my love still runs deep to the ground.
Just tell them bitches that you
and,
see them all the time.
To the floor
And say their names.
with all of my trans siblings, my sisters, my trans brothers. I don't want any division amongst us.
I love my game.
I don't want any division amongst us. I don't want any separation. Because now is the time that we need to be standing on the sun together. Now is the time that we need to be holding hands. This administration, this regime, and the perils that we have coming to us is crazy. And this is the time we need to be standing together most. When the Butch Queens say that they want to separate the tea, when that video surfaced from Daniva, I was one of the first under there stating that there's no way possible that you could move the tea, because the tea is the reason why you're able to suck dick. Yeah. The tea is the reason why you're able to have pride. The tea is the reason why, bitch, the revolution started with the tea. No, Craig, I'm gonna tag you in, and I need to get this out because I just need to, because this is things that I see. I'm the type of girl, because I love people so much. I see the slights and the jabs and the things, and I overlook it. I overlook it because I'm like, no, I don't want to get it. I don't want to wallow down in it. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do that. I don't want to address stuff like that. I don't want to argue. I don't want to be at the top. I don't want to be, because these are people that I love. When I don't fuck with you, bitch, you gets it. You gets the bottle bust on the ground and it's up. But when I love you,
you're putting all type of bottles up.
Or I fuck with you, I have reverence for you. I try my best to just be like, okay, this is their opinion. I'm not gonna say anything. And the mob be messaging me through every place. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, saying, hey, do we need to mobilize? I'm like, no. Let everybody have, I'm not above reproach. I'm not above critique.
Oh, no, I can take.
I'm not above that. Allow me, because I watch it and then I will learn from some of the things after I watched it and be like, okay, maybe I could have. And here's me being transparent. Okay, maybe I could have handled that better, or maybe I shouldn't have said that, or whatever, or I'm going to do better in this space, or whatever. I've learned so much. Even with me being older.
I'm learning every day.
Here's what people got to understand. We're in a body that's going to age. Yes, I'm an older trans, very much so older, but I'm not above learning. How many times have I said I don't understand the non-binary thing? However, I'm going to respect everybody. I'm not going to invalidate. I don't understand it, and then I've moved from not understanding it to teaching. Saying I had to learn when I was on the set of the show how to maneuver through the non-binary. I said, I got it now. I understand. You know? And so I just this is why I'm handling this with a lot of, because this is not from a place of whatever. This is a place of love. But I also still have undertones of, things that I've been gathering and little under the table conversation that we girls have among. And whatever I said under the table around, I will say it to any girl's face. So if anybody brought back any under the table thing, I will either say yay or nay, I said it. I'll say yay or nay, it was said. I don't have a problem with that. In your face. You know this. What's that?
I said,
Hey.
She said, man, don't tell me today.
Are they sitting in the car for you? Are they here?
So I was just trying to figure out. Because they said it's only going to take me. He said it's not going to take long for me.
So you want to drive over there, or they sit in your car?
I would rather drive, so I'm going to come back.
Um,
So that's why I was asking, are you guys going to take the car?
yeah, we need to take. I mean, yeah, we gotta take the car to go to work.
You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't sure if you just want to go on call it back.
Okay, well, do it. Cause where is it? If they're giving you, have you spoken to any? Have you talked to Trent?
No, Trent's the bad.
Okay, well, Trent, he'll give you the instructions on what to do. But yeah, you can. I don't have the key. Y'all got the key to the car. You have the key still? Okay. Yeah. Uh, did you sleep well? No, that's
This
not
is a
G.
transparency.
G's very quiet. G's over there trying to keep his. G got his hand on my foot, like, girl, stay low. Cause I could get irate, but I don't want to, especially with all the things that I've heard, the side conversations that I've heard that a lot of these people have said about me, like the little side under the table conversations that I've received, and then I've been like, oh, that was interesting, and I don't know whether they're true or not, but I still don't indulge in it. I'm open and still whatever. I just be like, oh, okay, well, all right, cool. I'm okay with this. Well, maybe I did say something to make them feel that way. Well, all right, well, they'll call me or whatever. And then I see little stuff that I just be like, I don't kind of like that. Or I'll watch it and be like, I can learn from that. I could learn something from that. But then it's the others that said that they were going to handle something. I don't get in that.
Oh, they got your attention.
I don't get into that. I'm going to be handled.
Who
Not
said
by
they
no
was gonna
train,
handle me?
not by no
Because I want to be
trainee,
handled right now.
not by no dyke, not by no punk,
Yeah.
not by no sissy, but no faggot, no booty, or it's going to handle me. Because I'm a straight bitch
Come on.
that will not be handled. I can be educated. I can be called in. But handled? Nah, you got me fucked up all the way. But I just wanted to get that through. We are gonna do a fact talk. I'm not gonna stay on that stuff, because obviously nobody watches the show from my understanding. And that's okay, because there are parts that you miss, especially parts that come down to me holding my friend accountable, or my friend holding me accountable, or things that we've discussed. I know that we all supposed to be one voice, one sound, but it's not gonna happen because, again, there were parts. You say you seen Angelica Ross Instagram, and she was definitely trying to get a moment when she came for Craig. Well, there were things that she was saying in there about, but she couldn't. I don't think that she should have added Craig as like that. Craig is the moniker or the face of the this. There are things that we have stated on our show that may not have been. The pill may not didn't go down correctly, but I've held my friend Craig to the fire for things like, Craig, this and the other, and we collectively disagreed on stuff, and it's just the fact that I don't like them thinking that they like they have I've just not checked my friend,
right?
Like I've not checked my friend, or not checked him, or not have called my friend in, called him in. And there are plenty of times that we've been live shows, I've called my friend in and been like, girl, I don't like the way that this is going on. And that Tamar moment that happened, that was a moment that happened and it went on. And that was a great way to segue, to use an example. I got it. It was a lot. It was just the tone of,
Craig was like,
I'm not smart, or performative activism. Stuff like that. And I was just like, now Craig didn't say he was an activist.
You're very calculated.
And I never really claimed to be an activist, bitch. I just happened to be a voice that got thrown into it. And so I said, okay, well, let me lean into fighting for my people. Let me do that. Let me lean into fighting for my people because I know that my voice is big. In a space where you occupy public office or public position, you're not going to do everything right. You're not going to do everything perfect. So this is why I don't get mad all the time at criticism that I receive. I don't always get mad. I feel a way when people have my phone number because that's when it becomes performative. You have my phone number. When we speak about performative, that's when you have my phone number. Because there's no way that I'm going to cause a rift in thought for public space when I'm having discussions about my friend. You got it? You understand what I'm saying? When I have my friend's number or colleague or girlfriend that I can pick the phone up and be like, hello, how y'all doing? That's when it becomes performative. When we start using these words that I'm not smart enough to really understand. Because the girls were kind of leaning to the fact that I'm not smart or I'm not educated enough to, or maybe it wasn't me. Maybe I was reading too deep into it, but I did feel like that was like, I'm like, well, is this me? Because am I the ratchet one that they just, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, you are from
I don't
Florida.
know. It's just like, was it me?
No,
Am I allowed to?
Mother, you the star, girl. Stop playing, girl. They gonna pay, girl. Come on.
I don't know.
We watched your climb, girl, and couldn't nobody get in the way.
Oh my God. Thank you.
And Cookie was funny, though. Cookie was funny because she just loves you. She was just a fan.
Oh.
Then that's it. But the thing is that, bitch, if you're gonna be a fan, bitch, you need to
and what shows
be a fan that don't get blocked.
I'm always willing to learn all the time. But that bathroom, I know that shaving stuff was definitely for me because I have definitely had my conversations about the shaving. I was definitely talking about shaving. I remember me saying that. But I also remember me in the same breath saying, ma'am, we as a collective, as trans and the ubiquitous community, we know what you're saying. We know what you are. We believe this. I believe this. But you put yourself in harm's way when you step out into society, and because we have not completely changed societal norms. We're working on implanting the thoughts of respecting and we haven't changed societal norms. So be mindful that you can put yourself in danger with a beard from here to here. And because I'm old school, and also not just old school, but I'm old school with my arms open to learn. But I'm old school in the fact of the women that I and the slew of girls, when we were transitioning, we looked to that and those as the women that we wanted to look like, and none of them had a fucking beard from here to here. None of them. So miss me with that. Oh, what you say, G? Stay down? Okay. All right. Hold on.
Girl, I'm just having your back in case the trainees got to fight. Shut up.
No. Don't do this to Hope. No. Don't do this to Hope, and don't do this to Angelica. Don't do
Craig,
this.
you looking casket short, girl? Is that what they were trying to give tonight? Craig is so
don't do this. These are my sisters. These are my nieces. But I have questions about a couple of things. I had questions about stuff. Craig, I've said this to you 50,000 times. I don't know we haven't been on Fag Talk in weeks, at least a month. So I don't know where any of this stuff comes from. I don't know where you've been, what you said.
Don't forget where you came up with Fag Talk, girl.
I don't know what the fuck that you done been. I don't know what you said.
Don't forget where you came up with Fag Talk, Red. Fag Talk still Fag Talk, Red.
Places when there are nouns involved. People, places, and things.
And things, y'all.
When there are nouns involved, if you check me or you call me,
They want you to shut up
right,
and people, places, and things.
And I call you in. We sit next to each other. I do not agree with the things that you say about this and the other. I don't agree with a lot of your binary things. I do not. I have never, and it truly is.
She's not going to.
You know,
and she doesn't have to.
Here's the thing.
Look
and
at
I'm gonna really sink my
all she puts into herself to let these bitches just do it. No.
And when I sit up and I'm talking like this, I'm talking to you, Angelica.
Let's just get through the fight and then we can read these men later.
You had my name in your mouth for no apparent reason.
It was funny the way that Tamar had you leaning all the way into the audience while you were still standing on stage.
With both of them is because one, with Angelica, she done reached back to some shit that happened.
Oh, Tamar's a monster, but she came out just
back in February. This is almost met. Yeah, but I understood. Listen, here's me playing devil's advocate. I understood the way she weaved that into the conversation. Let me do this. That was very smart of her. Well, help me understand what she weaved in, because she weaved in the conversation about the pronouns and see, this is how we do on the show. This is what we do on the show. Go ahead, I'm listening. And unfortunately, hope you don't really get to the end, and that's okay. This is what we do on the show. Right.
Oh no, this is fake. Girl, don't handle me.
Nobody said they was gonna handle me. No. This is some
Do you think it's loud?
This
It's not giving Jesus like that.
With a girl. You remember that girl that was stalking me, and then she was over there telling people that somebody was trolling her in her comments. So she was saying that
she
I
made that up.
Her,
she took a hit of that crack and she made that up
while we were out of the country. We was out of this so well, and so she
now Madison
and Angelica was in it. Like instead of calling her the bitch that she knows.
No, Madison don't play about that. She stands very firm. Side. Y'all not gonna put me into bullying that girl that would not leave me the fuck alone
when I need to. And so I got word that the girl was saying. That's why I never called her answer, because I was like, nah, she couldn't be saying she was gonna have a meeting.
Because you know. And the old school trans girls is not quick to be friends with each other either. So, but you fucking up.
What needs about a bitch that's stalking me and trying me? You're a star, you're a celebrity.
I'm in Atlanta, inshallah.
To get a second of you need.
Atlanta ran her out that bitch.
You know it. Let me hold on. Let me get this out. You were a bigger star before me, girl.
The boy is mine.
You know how this works. And see, that's Angelica's problem. But see, I'm gonna sink my teeth into her. You were a bigger star before me. So you know how this works. You know that this crazy ass girl over here talking about why would I go through GLAD or any other program to get your address to dox you? Why would I do that? Make it make sense. And you over here telling who you gonna handle? Oh yes, because the word got under the table. But now we're in the public now, having a public conversation. Here we are now. Who gonna handle me? You gonna handle me? No. I won't be handled. We can sit down and have a conversation, but handling me? Omega level. You don't have that. And I love all my sisters, but I love all my sisters, but I would get it on the floor. Verbally, we talk about verbally first. Verbally. I'm just saying. You listen, I'm just saying. You better grab that handle in that pocket and cook you something to eat. Talking about handling me. You better grab that handle. You better grab that handle on the end of that pot before you talk about handling the Ts. No. We would try to figure out what's wrong with this crazy ass motherfucking girl. Is it my turn? I'm almost done. You were supposed to say all your piece before I came on, but that's why I was telling you I wasn't ready for you. I wasn't ready for you to come on. And see, Flame was over there, and when her and Flame and all that stuff got into it, I was just like, nah, I kept my hood, my feet. I kept away from all that stuff. But I love flames. Flame can burn down, but I'm a silent burner. Ain't gonna burn it down, honey, and he ain't go whatever. But I'm definitely warfare. Now, again, when I watched that video with Daniva, I didn't like that. I didn't like it. There were so many layers of that video that I watched, and I commented up under that video and said what I said under that video. Because I was just like, bro, like, what the fuck are they talking? Like, how the fuck are you? What are we saying here? Like, where are we at with this? You know? And when I was coming here, and you called me, and I said, well, no, when you sent me the video, because you said, well, this is gonna be some time. I thought, well, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? What is this? You know? Oh yeah. God. I just okay. Again, as a BQ Butch Queen is what you are. Is that what I am? I guess it's a Butch Queen. There are lots of things and lots of sentiments that I call you in about that you don't have any. Maybe I don't say it with much education. Maybe I layer it with too much laughter, or maybe once it's beyond the laughter, maybe I layer it with anger. But see, that's part of Hope's problem. Not her activism. Her activism is angry. Listen, she would be a lot more effective. She'd be a lot more effective if she didn't think she could strong arm people into. And I'm not even talking about me. She would be a lot more effective in her advocacy if she wasn't so angry. But here's the thing. My thing is this. Going back to Angelica, and then I'll move on over to Hope. And I'm going to really lay all of this out when we get back on Fag Talk. Because, like, I'm literally here in Florida minding my business, getting ready for the show tonight. And I get all these messages from some of the popular hot-ass gossipers sending me this podcast that Angelica did. She reaches back to something that happened with me and Tamar, which was a teachable moment, or could have been a teachable moment. And in Angelica's commentary, she said, girl, referring to me multiple times. I don't give a fuck about anybody calling me girl in the sense that it does not hurt my feelings. It's just a boundary that I have set. I simply set a boundary. I don't know you, Angelica, just like I don't know Tamar, so the rules still apply. I don't know you. So it doesn't matter that you are under the LGBTQIA community. I don't know you. And so just like you would not want me to call you boy, sir, him, his, don't play with me in your motherfucking commentary. Because see, what I'm noticing is the Hopes and the Angelicas who think that they're these
girl, boy, and shit doesn't bother me.
And total voices for the trans community.
Well, if being called girl bothers you, then girl, then let's go. Because I don't like butch queens like that at all. I can't stand butch queens. I cannot stand butch queens. I fucks the trash or the cunt.
Now, even when I am serious,
no, but it's true though.
Moment, I'm still not gonna call
I'm making sure that I just look good enough to bag a nigga.
I am true to this. I'm really about because they are women.
And you have to reach back and you have to grab the stupid bitches too.
I didn't come on this either. No. But what I'm saying is, like, they purport that they are these trans activists and this, that, and the third, and they're all about community and this, that, and third. But it's ineffective. It is essentially ineffective if in your commentary, Angelica, and in your commentary, Hope, the one that I just saw today, where you're gonna sit there and say, "Oh, the girls and da da da." Like, okay, yes, it's semantics within the community, but when you're trying to call somebody to the carpet and you're using those those are fighting words, and we know the difference. We know that you're now using it as a pejorative. Well, my thing is this.
Well, if you're like, you know, but like, if it's like, you feel
you
me?
can police anything that I say, but you can't control me.
So what you gonna do if
And
somebody call you a girl?
on your platform,
You wanna read them? Girl, okay, she got red. What's next?
monolith.
Yeah.
A monolith.
Oh, you did all of that because he said,
in actuality, you want us to move as if we are. You want us to. You think that I have to adopt your ideas, your ideology about the whole them and they thing with non-binary people? What I said was,
I mean, do you ever act like a girl?
Now and forevermore is.
So then you shouldn't care.
I respect non-binary people.
No.
We're gonna play the clip on the next.
I'm not non-binary.
We've already pulled.
I'm the trend.
I've already pulled the clip. Thank you,
Don't ever do
Kayla.
that, you said.
Kayla has already pulled the clip of me saying
I shut the fuck up,
non-binary is
I can really be.
I respect non-binary people. I never said
a butch
Angelica,
queen's dream.
that I was confused.
I'm not a butch queen.
I never said that it was. I never said that I was confused about that.
No,
what I said was
no seal, no search.
So that I don't misgender a non-binary person.
Just topping.
Their name. Because if a non-binary person presents as a woman, or they present
if you a tranny and you make it two bottom status, bitch, you have wrong.
If that person is non-binary, if they go by them or that, I'm going to use their name, because then if I do try to conform and use the
if you use their name, you gotta use allegedly.
Them and they, and not use their name. And if I slip, then that's going to be a problem. Oh, he's out here intentionally misgendering.
Well, I got the other girls like, be careful with him.
Angelica and Hope. You intentionally
because
want
he is smart.
To misunderstand and
because listen, because I know how to shake my finger and get a boy to do whatever I say.
Family trauma. I have nothing to do with how your family handles you.
I know. And
Angelica, for you to say the Craigs of the world as if I am the poster child for all of these trans men. I mean, transphobic men.
Because you
transphobic
look like
gay men. That was just
trans men is very sexual.
It was divisive.
Trans men are the most beautiful men.
And it makes you a fraud. Because what you need to understand is I have been doing this long before I met Madison. Now, yes, the glow up came when I met this bitch.
But when did you become a fat?
You met me when I met this bitch.
When did you get comfortable to be a fat?
I've been writing and producing stage plays since I was 26.
As a fat?
I would be 49 years old in 2 days. So
or did you get more comfortable
plays,
after your latest versions came out comfortable and cozy?
So I was doing this before you got here.
Yeah, but I've been cozy. Okay, yeah, but I've been cozy. But that's why I've been cozy though, because your girls been doing it. But no, because the Butch Queens never did it for me, because everything y'all did was in like, we never saw that. All we saw was the trains walking down the street getting bullied. Okay, because the Butch Queens is only going from building to building playing. They don't be outside. The trans girls do be outside because that's where they gonna catch
that down. We never decided that we were going to do a show called Fag Talk. Some of you have a problem with the name Fag Talk.
Madison got a bright idea one day.
Get over it. You are not going to control us. You are not. You can never. You use your
They're
platform
going through the same
to do
shit.
what you do, and we're going to use ours to do what we
see.
do.
I don't agree with everything they say.
I am hosting Telling Our Stories on June 20th in Atlanta. Angelica, I will sponsor your ticket. I will sponsor your ticket, bitch, because I know money might be a little issue for you right now.
Girl, it's been an issue.
I will sponsor your ticket, and at that Telling Our Stories, we're going to talk about all of the things that divide us as a community.
It's 10 o'clock.
I invited trans people, non-binary people, so that we can really flush out the issues to really bridge community. So instead of you all getting in front of these cameras and on these live streams, bring your ass down to the Park Tavern on June 20th. Again, I will sponsor your ticket, Angelica.
Well, I'm famous.
Hope, since you be twirling around in all of your designer shit, I'm sure you can pay for your own ticket.
Well, and you know, Hope is gonna put up, and she's gonna want a microphone.
On your live, don't talk to me on your live. Come talk to me in person on Friday, June 20th. The tickets are already
careful with the ladies now, because you know.
Let's talk about this in a real way. If you really are interested in bridging communities, if you really are interested in
with them females,
educating people about trans identity and non-binary people, because you're not going to continue to conflate what I've said. And the fact that you tried to tie in something that Funky Dineva said with what I said.
They're just trying to bring it all together. Funky needs a home. You know?
That's nasty work.
He talking about he want to go back to Bourne. That's on Fox.
There are a lot of things that Madison said because he is trans that I will not say. I barely say trainee.
Huh?
I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never said it.
What, trainee? That word is so
but
sexy,
I barely say
beautiful.
Trainee.
But I know we can't say
because I know some of you, and I say this all the time on the show. I say, you know what, I'm not going to get into that because I know some of the trans folks are going to feel away. So there's certain things that I don't even say.
Because we just, No. They need to hear me say
back
that.
to you, Angelica.
Period.
The fact that you reached back to some shit that happened 2 months ago about me correcting.
Well, bro, that was the last thing that happened. Y'all haven't really been out. So
using the wrong pronouns and names. If she had called you boy, you would never turn your motherfucking live camera off, bitch. You'd still be talking about how Tamar calls you him, or he, or boy. And you'd be trying to rally everybody in the queer community to be on your side, to be in your defense, and to cancel Tamar. I didn't take it that far. I'm not interested in Tamar being canceled. For me, it was just a teachable moment.
I don't like this.
That's all it was to me. It was not about
I'm leaving. I'm not watching the show until he comes as a girl.
I don't need any more clout. This is enough right here.
All right, we leaving.
This right here has been enough.
I don't like toxic masculinity, girl.
Every time we sit down,
if I had a daughter, I would sit and do teacup and dress and nails with her, and we'd be girls. And I would be her dad.
Every single video goes viral. Okay. So why do I need to go and create a situation with a Tamar? So again, for you to dissect
Tamar didn't need that, girl.
That whole incident.
Tamar wanted that.
And then to make it seem like I was wrong because I didn't want to be misgendered.
Tamar knows she don't have no room to be fighting with nobody else.
Girl,
you ain't special. You were just
wanting to be respected, hope, and wanting people to use your proper pronouns.
She just wanted to give something near Madison fever because she knows she can never.
Well, where did this conversation come from about the T being removed? Because we haven't been, I have not, first I heard of that was when Dineva said it.
They said that gay marriage was leaving too.
So I don't know where none of this stuff came from. Like, I haven't seen you in a month. That's what I'm saying. We've talked, but we have not seen each other. So I don't know where any of this stuff came from, and for me to get up and be like, well, what has happened? And then I look at Dineva's page and I was like, and I commented immediately about trans is the only letter of the acronym. And I have said that on Fact Talk. The only letter of that, or besides the Q, that's an identity. Like everything else is a sexual orientation. And the fact, I don't even understand how.
Go ahead, man.
Hope tied me into her video talking about this trans stuff. So again, she's conflating something that I said about the non-binary thing. And I'm not going to use them or that. I'm still not going to use.
Teaching.
Well, I am.
Keep teaching.
That's fine. I am. I'm going to use a person's name. I am. I'm going to use they because they and them is not hard. It's not. I don't give a fuck. It's not hard. It's not. They and them is not hard, Craig. It's not hard and it's not confusing. But what I'm not going to be is accused of misgendering. So I'm going to use your name. Okay, great. And Angelica, neither one of you can force me to buy into your politics. You cannot. And I'm not interested in jumping on every new thing that the queer community comes up with. I'm not. And if that makes me disrespectful, then so be it. I'm going to use they and them, she and her. I'm going to do that. Me. Now, at the end of the day, when I talked to you on the way here, the analogy I made is this. Mm-hmm. The analogy I made is your mama named Gladys. Right. You may have played here and there and called her Gladys. That's right. You may have played and called her Gladys, but her pronouns is mama. That's right. You know not to play those games. I joke around with Miss Mary and call her Miss Mary, but my mama's pronouns is mama. That's right. That's right. She and even when I'm calling her Mary, I put Miss in front of it out of respect. Right. That's right. And I'm going to take it a step even further. When I say, when we and you joke about Tim, mm-hmm. When me and you joke about Tim, I say put Miss Tim in front of that shit, bitch, because that's a form of respect for me. Miss motherfucking Tim. And even with our report, I don't overuse that. But here's the thing, I give you permission. When I check another bitch on the outside about that Tim shit, I didn't give you permission to do that. Mm-hmm. You don't have permission to do that. I don't give a fuck where you see me at. Where you see me talk, I didn't give you permission to do so. If I don't answer to that, or if I tell you, hey, you don't got the right to do that. Mm-hmm. It's just like when you get to work and your boss tell you that you know your boss name is Fred Hammond, bitch, it's Mr. Hammond. Right. I really do think that some of these motherfuckers are just upset that fag talk has become a thing. I really honestly do. Well, I don't think it's upset. I think that some of the conversations get very deep and dark, and sometimes there are takes on it that it might. You said, how is you? Hold on. You said, how is your name? Well, it's because I didn't give you permission to call me that. My name is Madison Chanel Renee Hinton. I didn't give you permission to call me Timothy. You don't have permission to do that. One, you ain't a motherfucking bitch I know, and two, you ain't a bill I owe. Mm-hmm. So I didn't give you permission. It's not about misgender. You don't have permission to do that. You don't know me to call me that. Mm-hmm. And just for the record, let me say it again. My feelings are not hurt when someone calls me girl. So if we're going to talk about being confused, you all have been confused about that. I've never said I was angry. I wasn't angry with Tamar. I've never said that I was angry. I simply said, you and I don't have that rapport. So you shouldn't take those liberties with me. Don't get too familiar with me. But we're not there anymore. I don't want to go. We're not. I do not. I'm talking to Angelica. And I'm talking to Hope. I've never said that I was angry about it. I just simply said that if you don't know me like that and I haven't given you permission to do that, just like I wouldn't call either of you boy, don't motherfucking play with me. Because as soon as I say that shit to you, you're going to have a problem. But see, I don't go there with you or any trans person when I'm being serious because I understand the gravity of that. And if you really were the advocate that you claim to be, you wouldn't play with it either. Hold on, you need to answer this question. Braxton said, you're not trans, though. Why would you be mad at being misgendered?
Oh, that's what the trans used to
I'm talking about
say
when
to me.
If they call you girl.
Yeah, that's a regular question.
Because I'm a male. What the fuck do you mean? What does that have to do with being trans?
Because I have empathy.
I don't understand what that has to do with.
I just say the word bitch. And if you have a problem with it, then so be
it. I mean, Brexit said you're a cisgender gay man, so being called a girl. Oh, I think they're asking for clarity. That's what it looks like they're asking for clarity. See how I use they and them? I don't know if they're male or female. I just know that their name is Abraxas. So I use they and them. You see how easy they and them is, Craig? Very easy. I just told you I didn't say that it wasn't easy. What I said was, if you present to me, like if tomorrow you decide, bitch, that you don't want to be called she, her, and you want to be called them today, bitch, I'm calling you Madison. Because you present as woman, as she, her, girl. I'm not giving you them and that. Because then if I now slip and say, oh, well, she, now all of a sudden I'm misgendering you. So in lieu of that, I'm just going to say, Madison, so what I'm realizing is some of you just don't want to respect people's boundaries. If I set a boundary and said, like when you were saying on here earlier before I came on and you said, I was talking to my girlfriend, I put in the comments, you can say girlfriend because we're friends.
If you ask me not to say and I'm still saying
it, not misgendering,
I know what I'm doing.
You're just talking. right?
No.
But when they are
I'm showing you that you are.
use it in the way that some of these reality stars intentionally misgender gay men on the show, that's a problem.
But I didn't
I learned the word because you're so much smarter than me, Craig. I learned the word pejorative from you. Pejorative. I learned that word from you. I didn't like it. For me, it was the subtle. It was all the subtle undertones of calling you in and jabbing me. Like we don't like, and maybe it's because they don't get fully through a show because something has triggered them where they stop watching, and they don't see me calling you in for certain things or you calling me in. And when I'm on the show talking and we having a conversation and a bitch pop up in the conversation, you know, so I read the comments. Sometimes in the comment I may pop off because that's it. That's why I was able to amass and do it because I've been authentic to myself. I didn't necessarily play a character on TV. Maybe because I didn't have the acting skills to do it. Who knows? Maybe because everybody's exceptional actors and actresses that they were able to embody characters. And when it was time for people to get to know the real them, they don't know how to escape that place. I've always been the real me. I've always turned my camera on and lived my life publicly in front of the people.
You're not an actress, you're the Ts.
And so,
be that.
No, I don't have a PhD. No, I don't have a goddamn Hampton, Harvard,
but you had something.
A UM degree. No, I don't have that. But what I've been smart enough to do was run a race in which a lot of them laid down a trap for me to fall in. What I
24 chefs. 24.
Funky woman.
I want you to let it rain all over my mind. I want you soaking wet. I want the rain. I want the rain to fall. I was singing Forecast from Jamie Foxx's first CD. Let me feel the raindrops falling down all over your mind. I want you soaking wet all over the bed. I want the rain to fall. Jamie Foxx needs to do another R&B album ASAP. The magic that Jamie Foxx and Tank made in the studio, Jamie Foxx needs to do a new CD. Somebody said, get my lyrics right, girl. I don't have 2 margaritas down to the roof Chris. 2 margaritas, he gonna put it in my bush. And I'm ready for him to put it in my bush. Man, I don't get nothing put in my bush. If y'all really want to know the truth. And speaking about something being put in my bush, I love when y'all think y'all be knowing what the hell be going on, but y'all be getting it all wrong. So I went to Huntsville this weekend, all right? For the record, and so many of you guys were saying, so many of y'all were saying, oh, stop lying. You went to see that man, you went to see your man. Not that it's any of y'all business. He lives in Birmingham, not Huntsville. And he actually was in Texas this weekend for work, okay? There's nothing more sexy and more attractive than a black man at work, okay? And I tell my boyfriend that all the time. There is nothing more attractive and more sexy than a black man at work. So as much as y'all thought y'all clocked my teeth, you really didn't clock anything. For those of y'all who have been following me long enough, y'all should have known that my cousin Tina lives in Huntsville. And Saturday, she sent me a screenshot of, she sent me an invitation to her son's prom walkout. So shout out to my cousin Shane Heathington. And I went to Huntsville to go participate in the prom walkout thing, the prom reveal. Let me tell y'all something. They're different. I had never participated before in a prom walkout. And I want to be very honest with you.
prior to me attending this one, I thought they were all ghetto and pointless. Because that's what the internet will have you think. His was very classy based nonetheless, and I enjoyed the opportunity to be around family and friends, but I still quite don't know if I'm personally on board with the prom walkout. Like, I don't know if I had kids, I'd be doing the prom walkout. Make sure you clip this part. Randy Hawkins done wrote into the Funky Bunch and she want Funky not even Ross, me, the dog, to give her old bald-headed bus catching, always borrowing money. Sister Tracy, a happy birthday, girl. She emailed in earlier and said you always be begging for money, and she hoped that with age you get a little more mature and responsible with your finances and your cooch. She said, baby, you got too much coochie to have this much money. Okay, but she said, happy birthday, and she hope you mature and just start being a better woman as you mature. From your sister, Brandy Hawkins. And if you don't believe me, you can email me on the side. She emailed me and said all that about you. And listen, this just me revealing the part that was decent for air because she low down. The thing Brandy Hawkins said about you in that email, Tracy, she real low down. Okay? Get that hoe back her money and stay from around her house. Okay, cause she don't mean you no good. But she wrote in to say happy birthday to try to embarrass you on the show. I took her little $50 or whatever. You know what and I ain't go all the way in, but happy birthday. Brandy, I bet your ass won't spend no more damn money. Lord, Tracy finna go around Brandy's house and bam on her door. That's God making me choke for lying. Tracy, your sister didn't say all that. She says, notice I said she didn't say all of it. She said some of it. She did. How else I do you don't pay your bills and you owe her money? I'm just saying. So anyway, the prom walkouts. The only thing I don't get about it is like, okay, your family is here, but it's the same people who would have seen you at the house. So it's kind of like, each 5 boys went together, put in together, and it was great. It was beautiful. It was excellently done. I just still don't get it. But here's what I realized. I'm 41 years old, and it's not for me to get, okay? It's for me to finance it, but it's not for me to get. That's what the kids say. They say, Uncle Q, you don't have to get it. Just finance it. And I said, as long as there ain't no drinking and no alcohol going on, and y'all ain't hunching down into the banquet hall, I could just finance it and sit my old ass down or whatever. So my nieces and nephews, when y'all mama and daddy get ready to put a prom reveal together, I got $1,000 on it. Nevertheless, I did an impromptu meet me up at Black or whatever. And shouts out to Huntsville. Some of my Huntsville regular friends like Jackie and her husband came, and they also came on the cruise. And then Destiny came through, and she brought some girls with her. It was about 15 people who showed up just for the little impromptu meetup. Shouts out to my 2 friends that drove down from Birmingham to hang out with the dog, and I paid for everybody food and drinks. Marceau and Tisha were there. We just sat down and talked all night in a relaxed, mature, Black, rich environment and just had a really good time. We had a really good time. I always have a good time whenever I go to Huntsville. And Marceau and Tisha always welcome me and show me so much love at Black. Had a great time. I wanted Miss Wanda to show up, but Wanda was working. Apparently, Wanda's baked potato food truck is the talk of the town over there in the Birmingham and the Bessemer, Alabama area. Baby, they say Wanda J. Blige got the people down the line down the block and wrapped up the boulevard. It's so many people going around there. They said Wendy's who? Houston's who? They want to Wanda showing up baked potato, baby. They say she is selling ag. The city said they about to make her get 2 permits. She got so many people. She got the whole Bessemer, Alabama sold up. So shout out to Miss Wanda, because anybody who can maintain
himself
hairdos like that want to be having into the future, they can maintain food. Anybody who can maintain a 1993 hairdo that immaculately into 2025, they can maintain food. All right, let's get the show started. We ain't really got no political corner today, and I'm glad because I'm just not in the mood for that. However, I do think a good story that kind of falls in the vein and the energy of the political corner is something that's Black and political. And it's Bishop T.D. Jakes announces that he is stepping down as lead pastor from Potter's House. Now, there was a group of people who screamed, yeah, he's only doing this because the Diddy trials are coming up. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm going to be very honest with y'all. I don't know how much I honestly believe that T.D. Jakes is all in that mess. To be very honest with you. And here's the beautiful thing. It's about, although I don't put anything past anybody and anybody is capable of anything, it's about your character, right? And it's about your reputation. And if I'm being honest, to date, T.D. Jakes has not shown me anything in his character that would set someone up to believe that he's in that Diddy stuff. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't know, and I really don't care. We're not going to pretend like T.D. Jakes did not have health issues, okay? But here is the bigger thing that I want to talk about. And I guess because we see the transfer of wealth and the transfer of power so infrequently in our community that we don't even know how to celebrate this. I don't like the fact that something monumental is happening, and instead of reveling in the monument in the moment, y'all decide to villainize this man. I don't like it. I don't like it. What T.D. Jakes is doing and the wealth transfer that's about to take place between his daughter, and the transfer of power, baby, that's the hope and the dream of the slave. All right? Before you villainize this man, you need to realize that majority of y'all watching me ain't even got no goddamn life insurance policy, and the only thing you leave behind your children is debt, and they got to put a goddamn bucket down to the corner store talking about fuel, and we got to sell fish plates to bury your ass, okay? So listen, if you do not have anything worth anything to even transfer to somebody, shut the F up in this moment.
There's no such thing as a perfect pet or a perfect pet parent, but you and your pet are perfect for each other. With pet insurance through FIGO, you get custom coverage for a perfect pair.
We are pursuing a network of serial killers. I want to play a real life game with you. Yes, indeed. I see monsters.
Shut the F up in this moment. You around here living, you ain't got no piece of property, you ain't got no pension, you ain't got no life insurance, you don't have no businesses, you don't have no family property, you don't have any type of assets to pass on from one generation to another. This conversation not for you. You're not allowed to have an opinion. You're not allowed to have an opinion. I have a better question for you. I have a question for you. I already know the answer. Would y'all prefer he go to jail and everything he built is sold up in the government? I'm just asking. Would y'all prefer, y'all want him to be a part of this Diddy stuff so bad. So would y'all prefer for him to be a part of this Diddy stuff and everything that he worked for and built get sold up all in this case and stuff, and then it just disappear? Is that what y'all prefer? Because that's what you're saying when you steady pushing this. Oh, the Diddy trial. Let's just wait. That's my new thing. Let's just wait. If he's in the Diddy thing, then let it all hang out and let it all fall out. And take all the shit. Come take the bra off the mama and the socks off the daughter. If he and the Diddy stuff, sew it all up. But until we concretely find out if he and the Diddy stuff, and I'm pretty sure he isn't, can we celebrate this? How many of us can say our Black parents built a multi-million-dollar institution and then handed us the keys? Like I said, not all, some, many of our people leave behind, and we got to figure out how to bury them. And this man on left behind a multi-million-dollar institution. Like, why isn't y'all's prayer and why isn't your go-to? I hope he not in this Diddy stuff so the legacy is not tarnished, the wealth is not lost, and he can pass something on to his community and his sister. That should be your want. That should be your gossip. Our eyes should be so focused on this transfer of power, wealth, and social currency. We should be hoping that he's not a part of this Diddy stuff. But in the same ticket, y'all, I did it. All right, go ahead. Shador Sanders. I'm gonna approach the story from this angle. So everybody knows the scandal with Shador Sanders. He went in the 5th round at the draft. People were expecting him to go earlier. It was given very much Susan Lucci. You know, he was starting to get a little defeated. Fans were starting to get a little impatient. He didn't get a call. And then there was a prank call where somebody prank called him and said, yeah, you're going to have to wait a little longer. It was really, it was kind of cool in this moment. And it further proves when we find out that it was from a, I'm not even going to take the conversation here. But come to find out, and they kept saying only the coaches have these numbers. The son of a staff member, the son this wasn't one. Crown. What is my story? And it's now. Oh, here it goes. This one. Oh, but it's still there. Long story short, guys. Here it is. Damn. Long story short, the Atlanta Falcons issued an apology. Let me get the exact story because it's real wrong what had took place down to the thing with these people. But he was the son of an Atlanta Falcons coach, and the Atlanta Falcons are claiming that he got Shador's number off of an iPad that had all of the draft people on it, and he got the number from the iPad. The father wasn't aware, so on and so forth, and that's how he got. Now listen, when I went down to Florida State University, got my degree in economics, the people didn't teach me nothing about breaches of security. But somebody's phone number ends up getting called while they're on all types of camera supervision. Then it gets played on like ESPN and on the internet and on the news and all these things. Where I come from, that's called a security breach. Like, there is a world where I think somebody has a decent case in suing for like mental unrest and duress. Like, you embarrassed because my information was breached and leaked. I was subsequently made a fool out of in front of the whole United States of the world. And now I have trauma. And now I need to collect. Now I need to call Ben Crump and I need to collect. And somebody put cyberbullying, it's beyond cyberbullying. Yes, cyberbullying is part of it, but it is beyond cyberbullying. And here's the thing. Notice I'm not going in on the kid. I'm not going in on the kid, and here is why. If I'm being very honest, and some of y'all may not like the comparison that I'm about to make, but there's no difference between what this young boy did and what Angela Bassett, two twins, did, which her and Courtney P. Vance was walking out that house, and they pranked her talking about Michael P. Jordan passed away, and Angela damn near had a conniption and a heart attack at the same damn time. There was no difference in what the two did. Now, mind you, he's older. He is older and should know better because he's 21 and he's not a kid. But here's the thing. Y'all like to pick and choose when we call people kids and when we don't call them kids. When it suits our narrative, then we do this thing. Oh, child, yeah, they might be 21, but that's still a child. That's a child. When it doesn't suit our narrative, then we want to treat them like grown-ass men. I'm sorry. Y'all can call it whatever you want. 21 and 18 is the same goddamn thing to me. 21 and 17 is the same thing to me. And you want to know what that thing is? It's called dumb. 21 and 17 is the same thing. It's called dumb. So somebody says, pranking your family and pranking someone else you don't know is the difference. I mean, at this point now we're splitting hairs. I think the point that I was trying to make about bringing up Angela Bassett is the simple fact that these kids, him or Angela Bassett's kids, or this generation in general, the point that I was trying to make is that they don't know boundaries. Now, y'all can get caught up in splitting hairs and trying to make yourself right, but at the end of the day, both of these things fall into the same category of immature, dumb, and young to me. Some say it's not a difference, some say it is. I'm not here to argue. Nevertheless, I think the father should be disciplined. I think the father should be disciplined. Um, if it was anybody else, low key, they probably would be fired. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to sit up here and so somebody said, Funky Dineva, they were trying to embarrass him and put him in his place. Listen, I 100% agree with you. I just don't have the mental capacity right now to go down the racist rabbit hole, so I don't want to. But if I were to have that conversation with you, I would 100% say yes, that this whole prank was born out of racism and it was born out of, boy, know your place, and we're going to laugh at you until you get put in your place. And here's the funny thing. This boy being this coach's son, he's an insider. Me and Marcel had this argument or heated discussion at Black. You're not going to tell me that this was not a concerted effort by NFL players in order to put him in this doggone place. They colluded. Let me tell you something. There is no fraternal order greater than the NFL. One thing about it, them owners, they stay on code. They stay on code. And that is why Colin Kaepernick ass ain't working. Nevertheless, that's what happened. Now, I want to know how many of y'all was old enough, young enough, or hip enough to bend that ass over and let that coochie breathe when you heard Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 and the 2000. It's almost as if when you hear Juvenile is a witch. Because when you hear Juvenile say Cash Money taking over for the 99 and the 2000, like you literally could be pulling out of the parking lot of the church, and it's just something that make your hand magically go down to your knees and make your bite bend. And it's like, child, you've been on, got married and had kids, and before you know it, you are bent over, grabbing your ankles, shaking your ass, all in front of your children, all in front of the parking lot down to the daycare center, all outside the church. Baby, you can't even get in your car good at work. And when you hear Cash Money Records taking over for the 99 and the 2000, it's like your hands, it's all in the back. It's like your back just automatically just begin. It's a Pilates song, bitch. Wait a minute. It's like a Pilates song. Cash, it's like this. You been minding your business. Yeah, girl, I'm gonna go down here in Publix and get me some cash money taken over for the 99 and the 2000. And bam. Now you working with some cash in here to ask. That's just how it be. That's how it be. When you hear that. And I ain't ashamed about it. Okay, every sinner got a pass. Fuck them kids. Let them kids know we was young once upon a time. We know how to lay it low and spread it wide on the dance floor. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't care what level of AKA you are, what level of black bourgeoisie you are. Yeah. You let a little bit of liquor get in folks at a wedding and cash money taken over for the 99 and the 2000, baby, all etiquette, all decorum, all Emily Post teachings, all them degrees, all them Bible scriptures, all that shit go right out the window, baby. So they said, Q at the moon, all that stuff, overweight, big bite, Ozempic stomach, it don't matter. Baby, you put your hand on your hip and let that backbone slip when you hear cash money taking over for the 99 and the 2000, baby. These kids will never know. They'll never know. Nevertheless, Cash Money is headlining a tour with the Locks, Beanie Siegel, Freeway, and the Young Guns. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't really do the New York rap. I do the New York girls. This concert doesn't interest me. I would want to see the Cash Money part. I don't have to have the Locks, Beanie Siegel, Freeway, or Young Guns. I would have took Junior Mafia, Lil C's, Mace, maybe, but nevertheless, Rough Riders, Rockefeller, Cash Money, they doing a little piece of concert for the 99 and the 2000. Y'all is calling out all the Tallahassee spots, calling out the Moon, calling out Chubby's. They say they never come to the West Coast because y'all kill people in the West Coast for what color socks they got on. Like, I don't want to go nowhere either. I got to get a tourist pamphlet from AAA on what colors I can wear when I'm just trying to go get a damn hot dog. Moving right along, Houston, y'all always got some shit going on with them people down to that turkey hut. The former owner of the Turkey Leg Hut is among 3 people who have been arrested over the 2020 bar explosion, according to the federal officials. So, guys, there is a video circulating of guys in the place pouring the gasoline. The place exploded. The explosion was so big that it blasted out windows in surrounding houses and whatnot. And they didn't burn down the Turkey Leg Hut because preliminarily, everybody's thinking, oh, he burnt down the Turkey Leg Hut for insurance. No, he burnt down bar 5015. I guess it was a competitor. I ain't got all the teeth. The only thing that's important is the bitch going to jail. You can imagine me doing the ghetto news to be like, look, bitch, it's an explosion. I ain't got all the teeth, but all y'all need to know is the bitch going to jail. Okay, those are the perfect details. His ass is going to jail. And I'm going to tell you something. Turkey Leg Hut, as beautifully and masterfully as y'all built that brand, y'all tore it down just as fast and just as definitely.
Didn't they?
If either of y'all family, y'all descendants, y'all kids, y'all loved ones, business partners, go on to open another business, y'all can't call it the Turkey Leg Hut because y'all are more known for good turkey and relationship drama and scandals and police stuff than you is for food. Y'all is known for ignorance over there. Y'all is known for ignorance. And y'all built that place up and had the line round the corner down the street.
Did.
I was once more just across the river, man. I did all I know. Y'all had to lie all across the riverbed, and y'all messed up the thing. Let me tell y'all something. There is no level of we going through a divorce, infidelity, or my marriage rocky that I'm going to tell my business that we do and we making all this good money. Baby, you better get your hookers, your prostitutes, and whoever the hell these little girls is, you hunching, move out my damn house. We not tearing up this business. Show your ass up to work and keep your in your pants. We not tearing up this business. Y'all tore up y'all whole business over y'all person. The good God Almighty can't have shit. Had a great ass business and just let it go to hell over some dumb crap that didn't have to be. I look once more just across the riverbed. Oh man, I hit my Vanessa Williams. So let's get into a little more ignorance. An 18-year-old decided to bend over and show the world. She fell into the street while dancing on top of her friend's car and got ran over by a fire truck and died. Yes, God Action News on the scene. We don't even need to know much else except Cash Money records for the 99 and the 2000 was played from one of the neighboring businesses, and she jumped on top of the car. She put her hand on her hip while her backbone slipped. The driver of the car accidentally stepped on the gas, causing the young lady to topple over into the street, where she was later pummeled by a county fire truck, all because Cash Money Records did it for the 99 and the 2000. And subsequently, she died in 2005, fucking around with the 99 and the 2000. Take a listen. The way I deliver the news sounds a hell of a lot better. Listen to boring black media fish deliver the news and then tell me which style y'all liked it better.
Friends are left remembering the teen. She was a social butterfly that loved a good time, doing just that last night when she lost her life. Now her parents are asking people to learn from her mistakes and be safe while having fun. It was around 11:20 p.m. Saturday night when a night of fun took a tragic turn. Police say an Escalade stopped at a red light once the truck took the left turn. 18-year-old Nyla Simmons, who was dancing on top of the car, fell off. Moments later, she was hit by a fire truck that was responding to a call. Nyla Simmons' parents at a loss for words, trying to describe what happened to their daughter less than 24 hours ago.
And there's a lot of people gonna listen, but we ain't gonna never be the same.
I'm still in shock right now. They say Nyla was attending a friend's prom send-off prior to the accident. The best thing about Nyla, the incident, it's just tragic the way she died. But
you know, Prince, you inspired me yesterday.
Fucking both them big boys. Nyla was the youngest of 5. She graduated from Parkway North High School last year.
But I bet you what. You was happy you had that practice because you already off like
And I know you
on
can't
it.
people how to breathe. I know that.
Oh, yeah, they was like, oh, this little
They
motherfucker.
not good fun.
You had them
They
stunned
was having fun.
by all those skills.
Some people had 5 kids and got down to the 5th one and just ain't give a damn no more.
I saw you looking for him all morning.
I was just like,
You
I'm just
liked it then.
No.
After y'all falling out, y'all became friends.
I like my mother.
And he was crying for you. He didn't want to see you. He didn't want you to leave.
I'm sorry. I like my mothers of dead children and
But y'all was humping too much.
I like them falling over down to the thing. I like prayer cloth. I like turn the cameras off. I like fancy tissue. That's how I like my mothers. And the people saying they in shock. Maybe they, well, honey, they need to have the news come back out there and do the story again when they not in shock no more. But Cash Money took over for the 99 and the 2000, and now she in heaven. Y'all done with this twerking spirit?
Mm-hmm.
Is y'all ready for This twerking spirit. And let me take it a step further. Teenagers are gonna always do dumb stuff, right? Like it's just a coming of age thing. But is it me? All my 40 and up people, we're gonna take a poll. Do y'all think that these kids are doing more stupid stuff than we were doing, or is it all the same? If you think that this generation is doing more stupid stuff than we were doing, put more in the chat.
More.
If you think they were the same stupid shit we were doing, just a different days, put same in the chat. I'm just curious to know.
Same shit.
So we got
just a
lot of people saying more. We got people saying same. It looks to be like a 60-40. Like 60-40, people saying more.
I like that.
People say, okay, it's getting a little deeper. People saying more. They're doing it to go viral. They're doing it to go on social media. And it's just like, here is the reason why y'all dumbass kids need to pay attention to science. Right?
Yeah.
Because if your children would have paid attention in science class, and they
my favorite class,
physics, they would have understood inertia. They would have understood velocity. They would have understood gravitational pull and gravitational forces. Had they had a firm grasp of those scientific concepts, a friend wouldn't have turned the car while the girl was dancing. And y'all can make a joke right now, but I'm dead ass serious. Like anybody who had any concept of physics would not have turned the car at a light while the friend centrifugal force. Come on. Like anybody who understood what happens when you take a corner like that, they wouldn't have done it. And she fell off the car and got ran over by the people that's supposed to come help her. And then the gag is, I want to know if the people ran over her and they had to call a new one to come get her, or if they just by without backing over her and then fixed her and sent somebody else. I'm just making it worse. I'm trying.
I'm more frustrated. I'm like, bitch, come over.
All my fire and paramedic people, I just need to know this for my own personal gratification. If on your way to help somebody, you see somebody who even needs more help, can you stop and fix them first, or do you have to go where you was called? I need all paramedic fish, EMT fish. I even listen to the blood drawing girl. Whatever they do, I got so little respect for y'all, I don't even know y'all name. The hemoglobin girl. They call them the blood drawing girl.
Phlebotomist.
I even listen to the CNAs.
They said you don't listen to phlebotomist.
What they say, they gotta call another one. You gotta go where you call. Goddamn. So they ran over. They probably could have saved them. But they had to go to phlebotomist fish. That's what it was. Phlebotomist. You gotta go to the call, girl. Could you imagine being ran over and be like, I need help, don't come back? And they like, girl, we gonna send another one to you. Just lay down. Lay down. Put a towel around her neck. Somebody else will be with you shortly. Speaking of these kids being dumb and not having the mental capacity, I guess Diddy trying to say the same thing. He trying to say in court documents that he didn't have the mental capacity to commit his alleged crimes. He was drunk and high. Let me tell you something. This gonna be your best bet, bitch. This is going to be your best bet. And I mean, I think it's a long shot, but for somebody to take this defense, That means with the evidence that has been presented, they already know they can't beat it because the people, they got proof you did what the people said you did. Let me tell you what's going on. And I ain't even, when I went to Florida State University, got my degree in economics, they didn't teach me shit about law. But I watch enough Law and Order and I'm probably better. And I got good emotional intelligence and I'm very intuitive from the gods. They were very, you know. I'm going to tell you what happened. Baby, them lawyers put that notation, they said, Diddy, there's no way you're getting off on a I didn't do it. They got you doing it, and you did it. Now we just have to explain. If we can't explain the fact of why you were doing it, or we can't explain you out of it, then we've got to explain, okay, we know he did it. But that's what this is. This position is, yes, we know he did it. But now, let me explain to you why he did it. He was a zombie, and due to mental defect, he can't be held responsible for all of this. That's what they're trying to do. Maybe he did it. Maybe he did it down to the ground. He did it down to the ground. Down to the ground. Now, let me tell you something. Is there a world where they say, in your honor, he had so much baby oil laced with GHB in his house, and he was always lathering up with this. He was always high. Then they bring in an expert that says these drugs across this much time can mess up your frontal temporal lobe, and Diddy really has the reasoning skills of a 13-year-old boy. Then they gonna bring in the pimp from the neighborhood and say the mama was letting the neighbors play all between his legs and in his butt. And they go, I mean, listen, it's a long shot. It is a long shot, but it's the way this thing can happen. I just cooked up all that. Well, I need to be quiet because Shonda Rhimes told me when she wrote Scandal about me. She said, once you get popular, once I take your gift and I write a whole series about it, you can't lose your power to the because y'all didn't know Kerry Washington was based on my ability to see. That's a whole other story. I'll save that for my memoir or whatever. But
What is the power of local?
I definitely look forward to a long relationship with Newtown Savings. I have all of my accounts with them. I know exactly who I'm talking to. I go to the same branch. I see the same people. It's been a really positive experience.
That's the power of local.
I think it's insane.
It's already looked JT. Coils is back with complete protein and build strong muscles.
speaking of people being nasty and staying with people in between their legs and get their butt, it don't get no worse than this, y'all. Dad, I don't know how much the disgraced Republican politician is germane to the story, because he's just a little local politician. But John Jessup is sentenced for raping his daughter during her 21st birthday to my Lord today. It said, a politician from Indiana who was elected to local office despite disturbing allegations has been sentenced to 6 to 15 years in prison after admitting to sexually assaulting his daughter during her 21st birthday celebration. The former Hancock County Commissioner took his daughter Rachel Keesler to Harrah's, Las Vegas in January 2024 for what was supposed to be a milestone birthday party. Instead, prosecutors say Jessup pushed her to drink excessively, giving her multiple Long Island iced teas despite her protest, and later assaulted her after she passed out in a hotel room. Court records reveal that Jessup had taken his daughter gambling and drinking throughout the night. After a visit to the strip club, Keesley became so intoxicated she had to be wheeled back to the hotel. It was there she fell unconscious and woke up to find her daddy in between her legs and in her butt. He stopped only when she stirred awake. As part of the plea deal, Jessup pleads guilty to attempted sexual assault and has to serve at least 6 years. He's also barred from contacting his daughter or other family members and must register as a sex offender. Y'all, this is low down. And I'm going to tell you something. You know, number one, it makes me ask lots of questions. Like, how long were you plotting this? How long were you sitting somewhere beating off to the thought of your daughter. This was so premeditated that it's disgusting. This is so premeditated that it's disgusting. And honestly, truthfully, there's something wrong with that sentencing. The sentencing should have been 6 to 15. It should have been 20 to 45. If I mean, it should have been or 15 to 30. The fact that he can potentially get off on 6 years, bitch, I went back to Miami for 7 years, and that flew by. It feels like I only moved back to Miami for 3 years. For 6 years, it's not enough. You have got to be. To feed your daughter liquor, knowing that this is what you got to do. And what's even more sad is, while your daughter was passed out, why didn't you just go downstairs and get a hook? Baby, when I did down to the bar, Vegas, no, not down to the bar. When we went and saw Anita Baker in Vegas,
Anybody steps out of line, they have to go. Out of line,
me and Pretty Boy was sitting down to the bar. A young lady came and sat down next to me, and we just started talking, and she was like, you want to have a good time tonight? So I knew what time it was, and so cut the shit up and look, I'm gay. That girl looked at me and said, child, that don't matter, you want to have a good time tonight. I said, you know what, work ain't honest, but it pays the bills. Get money, bitch. Okay? Get money, bitch. Okay? With that being said, you could have went downstairs and got some $40 each, but it's Vegas, so $140. He could have went downstairs and got a $240 coochie, put it in any hole he wanted to put in.
he ain't gonna be.
You could have used that money. You was feeding your daughter Long Island iced teas with. He gave that to the hookers.
You know that, right?
But you tried to climb on top of your daughter. You nasty. You nasty. You nasty. And there's no level. And don't get me wrong. When I was at Florida State University, got my degree in economics, people teach me nothing about family counseling and therapy. But I am of the belief that there's not enough of therapy alive to help somebody process. I know this gonna make it better. I can almost wrap my head around. She was asleep. The daddy stumbled in drunk and, fell on top of her. Not that that's any better, but I can almost wrap my head around that. What I can't wrap my head around is you getting your daughter drunk with intention of taking advantage of her sexually. This girl is never gonna feel safe again with no man or with anybody. I'm gonna tell you something. Not that I know from experience on a certain level or another, but if you are violated by one of the two people who are closest to be your ultimate protectors, you lose trust in all and anything and everything.
That's for me.
There is no way possible that this girl could ever have faith in a husband, a boyfriend, a brother, or any type of man, because her father, the one man that's supposed to be true to her in all things, if your father can do this to you, then what can a man off the street? I feel bad for her. There's just no coming back from something like this. Ruin her life. She ain't gonna never be able to have.
It's 11 o'clock.
And her face is plastered on the news. Really? This was how this girl had to go to work the next week, knowing that everybody knew her daughter, her daddy tried to play in between her legs and in her butt.
It really doesn't make no sense. But what's happening really is that they kind of like mommy is like, oh, other arm city.
Now the mamas gotta watch their damn children. Now the mamas gotta watch their children from the daddies. Now the mamas gotta watch their children from the daddies.
It's embarrassing. Everybody don't know. So when people talk about it, that's what they talk about. One thing they have to talk about is that.
Mia
And then I
Thornton
stuck in
was recently celebrated.
I've taken on that.
I mean, was she lived out hanging out with the other girls. She was at Kelly Perry's brunch. Let me explain something to y'all.
But it's
Like I already
intended.
told y'all.
It's intended.
And Mia more than likely is going to end up on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Her timing could not be more perfect.
Because did you fail? Because that's the devil.
Potomac might get ready to start filming. Atlanta is currently playing, which means she's got the next 6 months.
And it's like, boy, now you know you ain't gonna
While Atlanta is
I said
playing,
no.
doing their reunion,
I'm not. But
she
you
got
have
the next 4 or 5 months to actually foster relationships with these girls. And then her opening scene when they start filming is, everybody knows I recently moved from Potomac, and guess what? I got a beach now. Me and Eve, we can finally be together. I don't have to stress from Gordon because he's in DC. And my girl Shania, she did a great job showing me around Atlanta and breaking me in and introducing me to some folks. Shania's been a really good friend in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I just like the audio.
Oh, yeah.
With, as much as y'all don't like Mia versus those that do like Mia, y'all gotta admit it does kind of make sense. It does. It does. Her and Kelly look like sisters.
So Prince is very calm.
Yeah.
He's like,
It's gonna happen at a
he's
minimum.
like used to me.
Listen, she's already
Well,
vetted. She already has HR and security. We already know how she acts on camera.
We already
It
know
just-
how
it
you act
makes
on
her not
camera.
have to cast.
You know that bitch on the line.
And she's got a storyline. I left Gordon. Gordon is still broke up. And
Mia Thornton. Does she have a storyline?
Are trying to be together here in Atlanta.
Does she have a storyline that we want to hear?
Google still
Miss
trusts
Mia, ta-da.
incognito mode. Use DuckDuckGo, a real private
Miss
browser.
Mia, ta-da.
DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in
Miss Mia,
search
ta-da.
engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't track your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like mine, but it blocks cookies and ads to follow you around from Google and other companies. And no catch, it's free. We make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
I just want to happen for the common purpose of it all. I just
Because you don't be checking.
just to say it was possible that it happened.
No, I'll hold it in my pocket. Save it for the broke bitches that we gonna run into outside. Don't say that about your friends.
They not hunching, I know they hunching, allegedly. They are executive producing a new reality TV series called Calabasas Behind the Gate. This time, Chloe's leading charge with the new series that offers behind the scenes of Calabasas, which ultimately will all be
And the devil is spirits. Once you start fighting back, they start pulling up in
The show will
any
not
everything.
Kardashian-Jenner clan. Instead, the lens will shift to the people surrounding
Unfortunately,
us, neighbors and old friends. He's giving us
Unfortunately, like,
their lives and their inner circle.
last
It's
resort,
unknown
French,
at
you
this
feel me?
moment how much Chloe Scott will be involved. So, in short,
Oh,
guys,
bad that you ain't got even
Real
know.
Housewives of California or whatever, propping themselves up as friends of the show to get the show some momentum and some pull out here in the street. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's always interesting to see how rich people live or whatever. That's what all of these housewives shows started out and were supposed to be. They've all kind of morphed into something else.
What is it?
But it could be interesting to see what they come up with. Y'all
Is this button to
no,
take the
but
picture?
I'm gonna give it a try. Just one more try. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This go around, I'm just telling y'all black people. It's like 5 or 6 people getting inducted. But Salt and Pepper, along with Cinderella and Outkast, are the black people who are part of this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. And it's weird because I spoke in Instagram together back then. I'm a little young for Salt and Pepper. Like, you know, of course, I know, Do You Really Want Me, Baby? I know What a Man. And I know, but I don't know like their early 80s stuff. I don't know. Somebody put together a montage of their albums and magazine covers and music videos and their tour gigs or whatever. And I did not realize how much Cinderella was like really the third member of Salt and Pepper, like for real. And it actually pisses me off.
You didn't know that Cinderella was the third
member? In the way she wasn't, you know, in that movie, in that documentary, the way she should have been. But I'm just glad to see that all three of them are, you know, Cinderella name on it. And I just hope that I'm 41, bitch. I'm too young to know Salt and Pepper like that. I'm 41. I'm too young. I stand by my statement. I'm 41. In 83, I was born. That's when they was really hot. But I hope that Cinderella going there, cuss their ass out down to the lobby of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, be like, hey, bitch, I got an award off y'all hoes' name. And every time they come back and look up the artifacts from the previous civilization, my name will be in hieroglyphics on the wall next to y'all speech. And how is that for legacy? My favorite Salt and Pepper is Do You Really Want Me, Baby? Who me a sneeze, mother please. You just have them bad memories. Like the squeeze, doing the squeeze. Had you on your hands and knees. Look, I am telling you straight out. That's not what I'm all about.
Well, I love a red cup.
Be playing myself out if I spend the night at your house. Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to turn you on. We haven't known each other long. But this is my life, not just a song. Do you really want me, baby? Let me know. And I'm going to tell y'all something. Catch this tea.
Catch this tea.
And I know that song from just riding in the car with my mama as a little boy going to the mall and the radio playing. That's how I know it. I was like in the 3rd or 4th grade when that came out, baby. Who me a speed, brother, please. Just as it been. Yes, honey. Yeah. I love it. You know what my other rap song was during that time? Ooh, boy, I love you so. Never, ever, ever gonna let you go. Once I get my hands on you. I was in the 3rd grade when I remember hearing that. Last but not least, and I'm gonna get off the line. $300K fell off the bike of a Brinks truck in Chicago suburb. A real life cash grab went down in the Chicago suburbs this week after an armored truck accidentally dropped hundreds of thousands of dollars onto the streets, and dozens of people wasted no time running off with the loot. According to the Oak Park police, the wild scene unfolded around 5:07 p.m. on Tuesday, April 22nd, when a Brinks security truck was driving south on Austin Boulevard, and somehow the truck's back door somehow swung open, sending 3 bags stuffed with cash spilling onto the road. When the Brinks employee returned to recover the money, it had been too late. Between 50 and 100 people had jumped into action, grabbing cash by the handful and fleeing on foot and in cars. The total loss is estimated at $300,000. Officials say no arrests have been made. Oak Park authorities are still investigating the incident, reviewing surveillance footage to the area. Girl, leaving people alone. Do y'all remember that time it happened in Miami? It happened in Miami one time in the 90s. The truck actually turned over on I-95, and the money fell from the expressway down onto the streets of Liberty City. And for those of you guys who aren't familiar with Liberty City, at the time, it was one of the poorest, most dangerous zip codes in Miami. So, you know, that's what Pokey Media Podcast is at. I'm sure y'all heard about all of that. But Trina Farm, them people needed that money. Could you imagine walking to the store to get some 9 legs and money started falling from the expressway?
Could you imagine that?
On somebody said it happened on 285. Where else did the Brinks truck turn over? First of all, I'm going to tell you, I don't believe the doors just hung over. I believe Peanut got that good job, and the streets kept calling, and he said, be over here at the corner of Peachtree and around 3 o'clock, we gonna make our bank one. When that light turn red, they go kick over and just be ready. That's what I think happened. But I tell you, it was overtime. I was living there when it happened. Latoya Tuna, it was overtime. The door on the Brinks truck don't just slide open. And I don't feel no way it's tired because the shit's insured anyway. But yeah, kept quiet as it kept. They didn't take enough. But I guess Peanut said, we just gonna let enough fall out. We just gonna let enough fall out for me not to lose my job. But they didn't let enough fall out. Baby, we needed 1.3 billion to fall out. Don't get me wrong, we ain't gonna look no gift points in his mouth. It's 300,000 spread among 100 people that ain't got shit. That's a whole lot. They better keep getting these bitches. But
All right, so we out.
anywho, a lot of people are saying they want me to mention Jiggly Caliente.
Just
I'm gonna be very honest with you guys. I'm not one of the drag gays. I'm not one of the RuPaul's drag house gays, drag race gays. I've never followed the show for real. I'm not gonna sit here and say I've never seen it before because I have. I go to one of my friends' house, they have it on, and I never followed it. So I did not think that Jiggly Caliente would be relevant to my audience, but I am going to give you guys an image of who Jiggly Caliente was.
Jiggly!
It was her. She was on RuPaul's Drag Race. And guys, she recently passed from an infection. Getting her leg amputated.
I could have maybe
and
some cigarettes.
Things just went wrong. She was on season 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race. Here's the funny story. I think I was in New York when I did Watch What Happens Live for the first time. Well, not the first time, the only time. Andy took me to New York to Watch What Happens Live. No, it wasn't that. It was the first Love and Hip Hop reunion. I was with Don Juan. When I went to New York to do the first Love and Hip Hop reunion, I was walking the streets of New York and I walked into a fabric store. I was looking for something in particular. I can't remember what it was. But when I walked into the fabric store, Jiggly Caliente and her family or friends or whatever, they were in there, and she was like, "Oh, hey, I'm gonna get girl." And I knew enough about her. I was like, "Hey, Jiggly girl," just some kind of way, and all like that. And that was the one-off chance I ran into Jiggly Caliente.
It's a part of the job. You got to go to the bullshit outside.
But somebody asked me if she had diabetes. I'm not sure. But they have the leg amputation. It definitely is giving a diabetes fee.
All I had was my slipper last time.
Anyway, rest in peace to the Caliente. You know, me and my brother definitely praying for your family's comfort.
Yeah.
And shouts out to everybody that's running over there at the wedding. And it's always sad when somebody goes, unexpected. But anyway, I'm gonna get off the line. I'll call y'all later. Bye.
I just
Want to order it? Why not make it? Start by kneading. Start by shredding. Start by folding. Not
The
that.
bat is good. You can watch out for the dogs.
Oh, you got that in the closet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. I got one in that one and one in the other.
Yeah, because yesterday, he did get bit by one of those dogs.
He did?
Yeah. I was holding him and jumped up and it bit him. And I was like, you know what I mean? And then when I put Prince down, he started fighting back, and then they became friends. So, good sister. She made sure I was equipped. Damn.
Y'all, I wasn't late.
I'm probably gonna get rid of some of these trees Just a little bit so I can get Lucy and something to
And I
drink.
saw that one of the dogs
You know?
had peed by one of the monsters,
If I'm lucky though.
and I needed to wipe the pee up. I'm gonna let me stop eating popcorn. Yeah. I'm hungry, y'all. I've been working all day. What's going on, y'all? Hey. So look, I'm surprised I even got this much energy left because I just got back from filming 2 episodes of Dish Nation. That's gonna air either tomorrow or one gonna air tomorrow, and one gonna air next week. And I've been gone all day. Get me and Gary with the tea. Went Christmas shopping, y'all. And I bought some jewelry today. Oh, when I tell y'all, I got some nasty pieces. I'll put it this way, I ain't gonna be able to buy nothing.
Let me turn it
another
on.
few more months, and I don't spend all
Turn
my
Q
little
on.
money. Nevertheless, this gonna be a Merry Christmas to my wrist, to my neck, and maybe to my bike, in between my legs.
My
You
neck.
know what?
My bike.
Merry Christmas to you, baby. Oh my God, it was a great time doing Dish Nation, guys. The 2 episodes that I'll be on, it's just all the guys, me, Gary, Head Crack, and Tanner. So y'all stay tuned for that. Shout out to Dish Nation. All right, y'all. I'm just gonna go ahead and let y'all know.
Bro, y'all bored me over there at Dish Nation.
I'm not touching Papoose and Rennie Monday tonight. And the reason why I'm not touching Papoose and Rennie Mon tonight is because there has been so many developments in it that I have not had time.
I think I got it. I think I got a red one. I don't think I have no other one. I'm gonna get a lighter too.
Okay.
I'll try and turn that TV off. Where the fuck is the key? Oh, you know what? I don't think I need a jacket. You know that, right?
What?
I don't think I need a jacket. No. Come here. Come here. You don't need no jacket. No, I was like, I don't need no jacket. Because it's hot.
Oh, okay.
And I got $5, so I don't need to bring my weed. We won't get my weed. They won't get my weed. It's brand new. That's it, Frank. Plug it. Open it up. Can't be friends with. Can't be friends with. I keep it busy. So, oh, yeah, man. this is a t-shirt. She made sure I had a t-shirt on. She rocks. She rocks. Coming on. Alright, that was better. What you want to do? I got a baseball. Money in the phone. Put your money in the phone. Which one? What's the matter? What? Well, he's scared of it. What, this? Smell it. He wants to smell it first. What is it? Yes, it's not for you. No. Oh, my baby. You know, he said, okay, I'm good. He said, what's that for? Yeah. I forgot the key last time. Well, I forgot.
It's 12 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock.